Good evening, everyone. It is 5:30. We're ready to begin the meeting for today. I'll call this meeting to order. Ms. One, if roll call. Here.
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 Present.
Thank you. We will have the student invocation and flag salute by a Lakewood Elementary School student. Students.
They stole that too.
Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. We thank you for the North Little Rock School District and leaders. God, forgive us when we are wrong. Please be with the board and leaders as they lead students to success. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Are the parents of any of our scholars that just came up here? If you are, would you please stand? Thank you. We're down to our vision statement. Ms. McLean, would you read that for us?
Yes, our vision statement is our community, our schools, where your future begins.
Our mission statement, Mr. Taylor.
The North Little Rock School District will prepare all students for their future by offering a well-rounded, rigorous, relevant, and innovative education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive learning environment to be future ready.
And our moral purpose, Ms. Wonka.
As a community, our moral purpose is that all children will achieve, have a quality teacher, have a high-quality leader, in a supportive learning environment. We will not allow an achievement gap in the North Little Rock School District.
The North Little Rock School District graduate profile, the organizational core values, and the 5-year strategic plan are posted for your review. We're down to the fun part, recognition of people and events.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the principal of Lakewood, Miss Boss, who will come forward during their and introduce our students for the student presentation. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good evening, board, president. Tonight, Lakewood, we are winding up this school year, and the academics is great, and I could share all the great things we do with that, but tonight I want to focus on the fine arts part of Lakewood, and I think that's where we really can stand apart from some of the other campuses. So I am going to have my art teacher with some of our art students, and I'm going to have my music teacher with some of our music choir students. This way, that way.
Hello, I'm Miss Ray. My real name is Jamie Frialdanova, but the students call me Miss Ray. I'm the art teacher at Lakewood Elementary. My students have been given and invited to participate in an amazing opportunity to show their artistic creativity and give back to our community. I have been asked to partner with Providence Park for those of you that don't know about Providence Park, is an innovative housing initiative aimed to provide permanent, supportive, and sustainable housing to chronically homeless individuals in the community-driven environment. And that's right here in our own backyard. Providence Park emphasizes the importance of meeting basic needs and tackle homelessness at its core. This approach aims to enhance the quality of life, reduce societal costs, and foster a sense of belonging and stability for its residents. Providence Park will provide tiny homes for their residents to live as they work and integrate back into society to earn a living by doing so. Their plan is to start with a 40 tiny home community and continue to build as there is a need. Where Lakewood students come into this equation is we will be making art. We will be making the art for the tiny homes. Our art will decorate the walls and tables of these homes for the residents that have nothing except for the clothes on their backs. This creative gesture will brighten their space by adding color to their lives and hopefully provide smiles to their faces, because nothing is more precious than children's art. We have chosen 3 different items to outfit each tiny home: a canvas made of colorful circles, hand-cut and stacked by the students, a ceramic bowl molded and shaped and colorfully painted by the students, and lastly, a ceramic rose handcrafted by each student. We have chosen these items with a couple of symbolic meanings for each, and I brought those students along to talk about it.
Hello, I am Michael Stone, a 5th grader at Lakewood Elementary. We have chosen to make this circle canvas to decorate the walls of each tiny home. The circle represents limitless things. Among them are eternity, unity, infinity, and wholeness. The circle represents infinity because it has no end. There are ups and downs and spaces in between. It's an unbroken loop that shows life's repetitive renewal. We hope that when the residents look at these canvases, they will feel a circle of love surrounding them and a sense of hope in their new circle of life.
Hello, my name is Lola Sorensen, a 5th grader at Lakewood Elementary. We chose the rose to be placed on their tables. The rose is a universal symbol for love. We hope when the tiny home residents look and hold these, that they feel that there is beauty in growth and beauty in life, even if it has thorns along the way.
Hello. I'm Kennedy Davis, a 5th grader at Lakewood Elementary. We chose to make clay bowls for each home, whether used to eat from or to collect their items. The bowl symbolizes holding and receiving. May it be blessings to nourish their bodies, or full of treasures and lessons they pick up along the adventures of life.
We are so honored to be a part of this journey, and I'm so proud to call these young people my students that are going to give back to our community right here.
Are your parents here with you?
Yes.
A lot of their parents are here, yes.
Would you stand? We want to see you too.
I need all the 5th graders here, please, to come up. So do we have, where's our hot mics over here? So at Lakewood, there's so many kids. Is this our one that's working now? Okay. So many kids doing so many things, and I think all of these kids are involved in the art project. And then these are, I have added in some of our choir students, but all the 5th graders together, we started a couple of months ago, and we started in small groups working on a song for our graduation. So we did lessons, small groups. They would write the words in the song, and then I would go home and look at them and think about them, and I would come back. So I served as their editor, but they wrote every single word in this song. I'm super proud of this song. Then after we wrote the words, we talked about the beat and the melody, and they suggested some current songs. And the one that had the overwhelming vote it's a Kendrick Lamar SZA song, so you may recognize the beat. But all the words are by the fifth grade, all the fifth grade classes. So these guys are going to help us present that to you.
Awesome.
All right, now give me just half a second. I'm going to get this. And one of the young teachers showed me how to fix it where it doesn't, do your notifications, but I don't know if I did that. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Oh. Sorry, hold on.
Graduation's here now, we are on the spot. We are leaving Lakewood, though we love it a whole lot. We finished all the things that elementary school requires, and now we're on to middle school, and we are on fire. We are the lions, and we ain't lying. They work us really hard, but we're always trying. We're the best in the district. This is our mission, to keep ourselves in the top condition. We got the best musicians, we got the best traditions. We're going to sixth grade in the very best position. The food, the sports, the extra recess, the people, the teachers, the friends are the best. Children special, reading, math, and science, and every now and then just a moment of silence. Graduation's here now, we are on the spot. We are leaving Lakewood, though we love it a whole lot. We finished all the things that elementary school requires, and now we're on to middle school, and we are on fire. Graduation's here now, we are on the spot. We are leaving Lakewood, though we love it a whole lot. We finished all the things that elementary school requires. Now we're on to middle school, and we are on fire. Fire, 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 fire,
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Thank you.
Love it.
Wonderful.
Miss Frey and Miss Hoggard, will y'all come up here? I mean, I know they saw you, but these are two of the most dedicated teachers that you will find in North Little Rock School District. I would say anywhere. They both go above and beyond, and it's not just in art and music. They're tutoring kids. They're reading with them every day. I mean, this is why we do what we do, because people like this help our kids. So thank you.
Bring the parents, Dustin.
You can, some of y'all can step up here behind. You want to step up here behind?
Hayden, come on. Kennedy, y'all come on back here. Bryson, Clara, y'all come back here.
Could we have an encore while they're facing the audience and hear that song again? Seriously, can we have an encore? That was very good.
Good evening, everyone. The first award recognizes students for having the highest level of integrity and honesty. Dr. Sylvia Grady, the assistant principal at North Little Rock High School, describes an incident on campus in which a student reported to the front office that he had lost his wallet and asked if anyone had turned it in. At the time, no one had. A day later, two students, sophomores Eli Nanny and Colin Prater, went to the office and turned in the wallet, which they found in the student parking lot. The wallet contained over $200, and every item was still intact. Their actions speak volumes about their character. In a moment when no one was watching, they chose to do the right thing. Eli and Colin are true examples of integrity, honesty, and the values we strive to instill in all of our students. They genuinely represent what it means to be a part of the North Little Rock High School community. Would Eli and Colin please come forward?
I'm so proud of you both. Come on up here with me. You exhibit what's great about this school district.
Absolutely.
Are your parents here with you? Are your parents here with you? Are your parents here with you? We'd like to recognize you too.
Thank you for raising great kids.
Absolutely.
The success of any band isn't always measured by the trophies or plaques we earn throughout the year. True success is measured by the unwavering dedication of individuals who not only strive to be the best at what they do, but also inspire those around them to rise to their highest potential. These students commit countless hours outside the regular school day to push themselves to be the best of the best, not just here in North Little Rock, but all across the state. And their efforts have paid off. This year has been one of the most successful years since the pandemic for the North Little Rock High Band. Highlights include 10 students selected for all-region band or jazz band, 3 students qualifying for all-state auditions, 2 earning all-state band membership, a first division superior rating at the region marching assessment, concert band receiving an excellent rating at region concert assessment and a superior in sight reading, wind ensemble earning superior ratings at both concert performance and sight reading, and the honor of receiving the ASBOA Sweepstakes Award for the 24-25 school year. These achievements wouldn't be possible without the outstanding student musicians in our program. Tonight, we will recognize the individuals whose hard work, talent, and leadership have helped to make this year one to remember. Our first one is William McCandless. Did I get it right? McCandless? Okay. He earned placement in the all-region band for the past 2 years. This year, he was selected for the All-State Wind Symphony and earned the distinction of being the highest-scoring sophomore horn player in the entire state of Arkansas. He also earned first division ratings at both the region and state solo and ensemble events. He currently serves as first chair horn in the high school ensemble, wind ensemble, and is the recipient of the 2025 Patrick Gilmore Award for Outstanding Sophomore Musician and will attend the prestigious Brevard Music Camp this summer. Terrell Polk has been a dedicated member of the band program for 6 years. He earned spots in both the all-region band, jazz band, and all-region concert band for the 24-25 school year. He also received first division rating at region and second division rating at state solo and ensemble. Terrell is a section leader in the marching band and first chair alto saxophone in the wind ensemble. He is a proud recipient of the 2025 Phi Beta Mu Outstanding Junior Musician Award. Brandon Orabona has been 7 years in the band program and is a standout musician. He was selected for both All-Region Jazz and All-Region Concert Band for 4 consecutive years. This year, he qualified for All-State Percussion and is a 3-time All-State Jazz Drum Set qualifier. He has earned a percussion section leader. He's been the percussion section leader for 2 years and drumline captain. He's a member of the Wind Ensemble and a recipient of the 2025 Louis Armstrong Award for Outstanding Jazz Musician and the 2025 Ron Bryant Scholarship. And Ayani Brockington, a 7-year member of the program, earned placement in both the All-Region Band and All-State Concert Band this year. She's a section leader in the marching band and is first chair flute in the Wind Ensemble. In recognition of her leadership and excellence, she is the recipient of the 2025 John Philip Sousa Award for Outstanding Senior Musician. Please join me in congratulating all of these student musicians for their years of commitment and passion to the North Little Rock Band.
Act like you like each other.
Way to go, band.
Are your parents here with you? Can you stand to be recognized? Thank you.
Texas A&M University, in partnership with West Ed, launched a national study to assess the impact of knowledge acquisition and transformation expansion program. Proven to improve reading comprehension and standardized test performance in grades 4 through 8, CATE has helped some schools achieve 100% pass rates on state assessments. In 2024, the North Little Rock School District partnered with Texas A&M to implement CATE in 4th and 5th grade classrooms. Funded by the U.S. Department of Ed, this program came at no cost to the district. Teachers received targeted professional development before classroom rollout. Recently, Texas A&M recognized our district and several educators for their outstanding work and results in the study. First, the district was given the Catalyst Award. This award recognizes a district that has taken deep dive into data analysis to create meaningful change. Second, Carmen Langston, the coordinator of elementary literacy, was given the Cat Chat Champion Award for supporting the monthly online educator chats and highlighting how she uses data to create impactful change within the district. Faith White, a 4th grade teacher at Crestwood, received the Cat Chat Champion Award for consistently supporting the strategy's efforts, always willing to share and collaborate. She supports professional development in her district and brings creativity to her implementation. Shanika Reedy, a 5th grade teacher at Meadow Park Elementary, received the Cat Chat Champion Award. The creator of the strategy writes that Reedy has been instrumental. She shares her work and the tips that help her and her students succeed, showcasing what's possible when the strategy is embraced. And Brianna Delavan, 5th grade teacher at Boone Park Elementary, also received the Chat Cat Award. One of the organizers writes that Ms. Delavan has fully embraced the process. She got comfortable with being uncomfortable, and every time we visited her classroom, it's clear that the CAT process has become her new norm for teaching reading. Let's give it a round for these honorees.
Well done, ladies. Well done.
I guess I should have asked if you had representatives wave your hands too.
Good evening to our board president, Dr. Paluski, and our North Little Rock community. Our May 2025 Parent Star recipient is nominated by Courtney Boss, principal at Lakewood Elementary. And I'm like Ms. McLean, we might need to play that music while I read this. I would like to honor recipient with the Parent North Star Award. Our recipient is the grandparent of 2 students, Autumn and Hayden, at Lakewood Elementary. We know anytime parents and grandparents are involved in our schools, students thrive. Our recipient is at Lakewood at least one day a week, volunteering his time to support our students and teachers. You will see him in the hallways greeting students or in the office helping with whatever task is needed for that day. You might even find him putting together furniture for a classroom, monitoring the front office, the front of the building, at recess, in the lunchroom, just watching our students. He can be counted on for all events before and after school hours. Most importantly, he has the heart of a servant. He leads by example. He makes sure all students are taken care of and have everything they need to be successful each day. North Little Rock Board community, let's celebrate our May 25 Parent North Star recipient, Mr. Danny. They told me to say Mr. Danny from Lakewood Elementary.
He just fixed my ukulele part for me.
Was that it? We don't have that. Is that it? All righty. We're down to executive closed session. Executive closed session per North Little Rock School District Policy 1.14A stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for vote of the membership. Finally, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106, 2C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following matters: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee. We are back live. We're down to public comments. Are there any public comments? Number 13, board member involvement.
I'll go first.
There you go. We'll
I
start
went
on this
to the
end.
conference. What was that conference? Joint Leadership?
AAEA. AAEA/ASBA.
Say that again, please.
AAEA/ASBA.
Yes, and it was very informative. Met a couple of people from different schools. Got some good information about how the board members get along with other board members as well as with the superintendents. Also, the legislative update was pretty quick, but we did get some pretty good information and about the grades, about how things were going.
Ms. Wacom?
Volunteered at the high school. I attended the Old Main open house, and then I too was at the conference.
Ms.
I think I have Night of Honors listed here because I think we did that like the night after our last board
We
meeting.
did.
Went to Mayor Terry Hartwick's Arkansas Scholars Celebration for the North Little Rock High School students. That was at Pulaski Tech, and that was a very wonderful thing that the city does for our students. I went to the retirement luncheon for Linda Chesterfield and Jane English, who have served Arkansas in the House and the Senate for many years and supported education in the state. I went to the North Little Rock Community Conversation in the mini auditorium at the 7th and 8th grade middle school building back on the 28th. On the 1st, we had a special board meeting, and then on the 2nd, even though it rained in the morning, I was out at Burns Park for the Becky Witcher Memorial Golf Tournament by the Wildcat Foundation. Fun and good food was had by all, and I think they made a nice sum of money that they can use for their projects with our teachers and students this coming year. I also attended the meeting AAEA/ASBA that Mr. Taylor went to and several others. And you're right, they covered many great topics. They talked about the legislative acts that have come into the state for this coming year that affect schools, like the bell to bell with no cell, and so forth. I went to the academic signing at the high school where our seniors from the COE and high school were honored for the scholarships that they received for college. It was like over $3 million that they had received. And then I took Miss Dot with me, and we went over to Crestwood to the Royal Ball that they had for the first grade. And those girls were dressed like the princes, and the boys were dressed, like the prince. And they were having a ball. And I have to tell you, Miss Dot and I got out there on the dance floor for YMCA. So we got involved. But the little chariot that they have that takes them on a ride, the kids were loving that.
Oh, okay, thank you. I went to the Terry Hartwick's annual scholarship presentation for his students who wanted to attend Pulaski Technical College, which is a part of the University of Arkansas. They had a part to do that. Then I went to the North Rock Education Foundation's academic signing. I got online to go to Arkansas School Board AAS workshop that they had. That is the best one that you can attend out of all that you go to, really. And then I went to the Crestwood Royal Ball for first graders last night. It was awesome. They were really on the floor dancing in their gowns and their little tuxedos.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Miss Kim is retiring this evening from Indian Hills, and I was going to come, and I just want to let you know, Miss Kim, I couldn't come because my car had a flat. But I'll bring you your gift tomorrow. She retired. Miss Kim, what was the last name?
Stafford.
Huh?
Stafford.
Miss Stanford?
Stafford. Well, I forgot to check my calendar, and y'all are not ringing many bells for me, but I know I went to academic signing on Tuesday night. I do remember that.
Your grandson.
Ms. West?
Night of Honors, which is always a fabulous evening and night. Hardwick, Arkansas Scholars program over at Pulaski Tech. And I want to encourage all the parents and students to definitely take a look at that as far as the option, as far as secondary schooling, after high school. And I think it was $500 that they committed to our seniors going there. And then you can also use your Metro Bus Pass too. And also the ASBA AAEA Joint Leadership Conference, which of course was an all-day conference. However, it was over at the Windham, but it was a lot of good information as far as stuff that we are already doing, stuff that we could learn to do, and they ran through all kind of legislative updates, which I've already given that to Stanger. I was getting ready to say Stanger, but Stanger. And then also got a donation of toothbrushes and toothpaste. Got that to Ridge Road. I have some that I need to get to Amboy that I have not gotten to yet. And then also the closet over at the middle school. No, it's Jasmine's Closet. I have, and if somebody want to volunteer to take that over there, if I have some in my car to give to that. And I'm also, guess what? I'm collecting backpacks again for next year. We're starting that. So if y'all have some backpacks and want to donate backpacks, hello, here I am. And last year I was able to give 10 backpacks to each elementary school, and each one, well, most of us here on the board, we were, were so kind enough to donate some items to put in those bags. So I would definitely appreciate that.
All righty. Let me go down my list. I was a busy beaver. Went to Night of Honors. I attended the annual Terry Hardwick Scholars Celebration at UAPTC. Met with the superintendent and Taggart Architect for a construction update overview. I attended the Joint Leadership Conference virtually. I went to the high school COE Academic Signing Day, the North Little Rock High School and COE Annual CTE Courting Ceremony, the North Little Rock Middle School Spring Band Concert. I attended one of the Lady Wildcats basketball athletic signing ceremony. It was great to see that we have a new athletic tent that has a North Little Rock logo on it. Go Athletics. I attended the North Little Rock School District RFQ CM Review Committee meeting. And lastly, I was interviewed by ASBA to be featured in the June edition for the report card executive session section. Nice. All righty, Superintendent.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go quickly. A lot of these are overlaps. April 18th, the Night of Honors. What an awesome, awesome event. April 21st, Mayor Hartwick's Arkansas Scholarship Night as well. School Safety Task Force on 422. Shout out to 7th Street for having their first inaugural Vet Day on April 25th. April 28th, the community conversation I attended with Ms. McLean to talk about the millage. 5-2, May 2nd, at the FYI luncheon at the Chamber to talk about the millage. 5-2, I was at the Wildcat Foundation along with Colonel Stanger and Miss McLean. We're serving lunch. That was a great benefit. 5-6, the North Little Rock High School hosted about 50 individuals from Fort Wayne, Indiana, from the local superintendent and school and the Chamber of Commerce to learn more about our career academies. So a shout out to Dr. St. Louis and the COE, all of that, just a great job. On 5-6, we had the Old Main open house. That was a success. Mayor's meeting on May the 7th, and brought back by popular demand, we opened up Old Main again That night we had nearly 50 individuals on May 12th. Teacher advisory on May 13th, and then Colonel Stanger and I attended the Millage Watch Party, which took place here. And I know we'll go over acknowledgments, but just a huge shout out to our entire community for supporting our public schools. An exciting time and an exciting future for the North Little Rock School District.
Awesome. All right, we're down to the legislative update.
Welcome, Colonel.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, Board, Colonel Scott Stanger. I'm the Chief of Staff to the Superintendent. Was asked to do a legislative update, and we're going to talk about the laws that were passed in this legislative session, or more particularly a small piece of them, because there was a bunch. Here's the purpose. You can see where the legislature passed about 1,000 pieces of legislation. 100 of them will directly affect education. Out of that 100, when I scrubbed them, we have about 93 or so that will impact this district. And tonight, what the focus is going to be is on the ones that actually affect the board itself. Okay, the big one out of all that's Act 503. Act 503 makes the most changes to any school board. The first thing is it does is it allows the school board to decide on terms, whether they're going to be 4 or 6 years. So we're currently at 4. The board has the ability to change it if it so desires through a vote. It also changes several dates, but the bigger impact on the individual board member is where future elections will take place, how they'll take place, and when they take place based off current terms that are as of today. Essentially, it means that they can only happen in the month of March now, and they can only happen on even number years. To get more specifically, that chart right there, you can look at it and figure out right now where your term expires. And if you look at the 4-year term, where you would the election or re-election would happen, and if the board decided to go to a 6-year term, when the next term would expire. Because of that, this causes problems with a couple other laws. So it's called unbalanced staggered terms. So another law states your terms have got to be balanced and they've got to be staggered. Right now, based off Act 503, and we're a 7-member board, that puts 5 members that are completely unbalanced. And if you look at the 5 on the left, you can see when those terms expire compared to only 2 that are in 2028. To balance them, they have to be at a minimum 3 and 4. Beyond that, they could be in any combination of that, but they have to be at least 50-50, as much as you can get with a 7-member board. So those have to change. Default stagger terms, the way to change it historically, and it doesn't state this in the law how to do it, but the way it's been done in the past, the way the Senate has to do it every time they run, is draw straws. So the 5 people listed they expire in 2026 now. They'll be in the straw poll, and however the board decides to do that, it could be as simple as putting 5 names in a hat. You pull out the first 2. Those first 2 names in that scenario, terms would automatically then expire in 2028. So but the bottom line, 2 have to be moved, so we'll have a 3-4 balance.
Okay. I thought that just a couple years ago they wanted it split more than that, like 2-2. Yeah. But if you can't do odd years anymore.
That's correct, ma'am. So over time, a board could wind up 2-2-2 for a couple scenarios. You a board member could decide, hey, I'm not running for re-election. And so if they didn't do that, then the number wouldn't shift. You could switch to a 6-year term, and then you would eventually, if you map it out with 7 members, it'd eventually stagger out where you'd have 1 term, or it'd be 2, the next would be 2, the next would be 2, and then finally 1 would be 1. But you're going to stretch that out, because I did the math on it. It stretches out to get there, you've got to do this for about the next 40 years. But, yeah, right.
That's
But-
not happening.
Yeah, but
Next.
based off the current law, the only way to get there, to reset based off Act 503, it's going to break out to 4 and 3 on 2026 and then 2028, because the elections can now only happen on even number years.
So, just for clarity, what you're saying is we're gonna put the five of us names in a hat, and 2 will go to 2028,
Yes, ma'am.
and the other 3 will need to run in March.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
March of 26.
March of 26.
Gotcha.
March of 2026.
Gotcha.
Three of the 5 will need to run for office March 2026.
Correct.
2 will automatically
Go to
2028.
2028. Yeah, and that's assuming out everybody wants to run for reelection in 2026. If that's not the case, then obviously that's going to reset some terms.
So my question is, when we go back to page number, the slide right before this one, yes. So if we have the 1, 2, 3, 5, that's 2026, and then we have the 2 over here that's 2028, if we're moving the 2 to 2028, how is that, I guess what I'm not understanding, if you're still gonna end up with 4 at 2020, so are you saying that you're gonna have 4 that's gonna have to end up running for 2026? Is my understanding that right?
No, ma'am. So we've got 7. So the closest you can get by the law of being balanced. It's hard.
Balance is possible.
Right. You can't get balanced with an odd number.
Right.
But as close as we can get right now is 3 and 4. Now later on, that could turn into various combinations. 2 1 year, 2 the next term, 2, then it would be 1. But there again, that's years out as you keep going through this process, because somebody may not run. The bottom line is what you can't have is like we have right now, based off the law change that this takes effect in August, is 5 and 2.
So you'd have to move at least 1. You could have 4 and 3.
You have to move at least 1.
But it's best to probably move 2.
It's best to move 2.
Yep.
Okay, then fine.
Any questions?
Oh, you'd ask a question.
I know your inner thought was, yeah, keep
No,
it rolling. I got you.
Okay, based on that though, these are all date changes. So the law, the way the laws work is once the governor signs them, they take in effect 90 days after the signature. This law will kick in, I think it's like the 4th of August. So you can see the changes based off of that. Most of y'all are probably pretty familiar with this. A couple changes worth noting is the candidate filing period opens at noon now. I believe it used to open midnight or something, and it closes at noon at the county clerk's offices. And then you can see where the elections for the school board itself are in March. Now, runoff elections, that's that last bullet right there, that has changed. So if there's a tie between somebody running for re-election and then somebody running against them, what happens is the runoff election is not till November. So the sitting board member will be the incumbent on the board until the re-election. That board member is now known as a holdover, and they're held over until a runoff can happen. If it is an open seat and there is no member sitting there because it was vacated, or if the person, said, hey, I'm not going to wait until November, I'm retiring, I'm done, I'm out, then the board would have to appoint an interim, and that law's changed. We'll get that here in a few slides. It's not how we've normally done it.
So looking at that, since you have to get your petition done starting August 14th, we need to decide on 3 that's going to be running in March pretty soon.
Ma'am, my recommendation is you do it by next month. Mm-hmm. To give a candidate time.
So the 3 that's needing to run will
Right.
know that,
Yes.
gotcha.
Okay, based on Act 503, there's going to take some board policy changes. So 1.01, essentially there are date changes in the board size. So it currently says 4. If the board decides to make it 6, you can vote on that. We'd have to change the policy because it doesn't follow the law. The second one, 1.02, election of officer dates and vacancy changes. I've got a slide later with vacancy changes, and I'll explain that here in a minute. But election officer dates, the current ones will not make any sense anymore since the elections are all in March. It wouldn't do any good to elect officers in December, have them run in March, and run a chance of losing, not being here. And you have to do it all over again. So those dates will have to be changed. And in the last policy there, strictly, it lists several times, November, and we just have to change them to March. Act 505 covers public meetings. Most of these, the board already does. If you look at the second bullet there, now you can go to executive session for cybersecurity breaches, issues, that kind of stuff. Obviously, we don't want to make that public. If one board member needs to do something remotely and the board allows it to attend a meeting remotely, the public has to be able to do it remotely, and that's a little more than just watching on YouTube. They have to be able to do public comment and that kind of stuff. So,
So you're saying if we're gonna still do remote meetings where somebody can call in, we'll also have to allow public comments to call in?
that's the way it reads. I can't tell you if that's because
Just be present.
Right.
Oh,
The
God.
and in several of these laws, also the office or cabinet, office or ADE or whoever has to promulgate rules. Those rules explain how people are supposed to do this stuff. These laws will take in effect in August. The rule promulgation part doesn't have to be done until December. There's always a 6-month lag between these things. So that was kind of, there's a few of these laws that we need to talk to Mr. Beckett about to get some, get a legal opinion, and that would be one of them.
So we're gonna have to make a decision as a board if we're gonna allow remote call-in meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
This says
Gotcha.
if it's more than one. Right here on here it says if more than one board member calls in, then you have to allow for that.
Correct.
Oh,
So far, it's only
Okay.
been one per
Yeah.
person
Right.
Okay.
meeting, and I mean, it's.
okay,
So if
We've
it's
never
two.
had more than
Okay.
one.
I don't recall
Okay.
more than one.
okay.
I think
I don't
when I was out of town, I did it once. I think, remember Tracy doing it once,
He
and
did.
I think you did it once. But,
Yeah.
and
It's
since
only
I've
been one
been,
at a time.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean, it hadn't been that many. I think I can only recall maybe 3 different times.
Doesn't work very well. It's not the best.
Agreed.
Okay.
There's another one in there that covers, a section that covers polls. Members can get background information but not deliberate it outside of a public meeting. I think we do that already. You can, you get background information about whatever. It can be an event. It could have been these slides ahead of time or whatever. You just cannot, sit on the side and deliberate about what that information is. But you can have a read ahead, basically. And in the last one, if a circuit court, somebody takes the board to court and says it's illegal, then the court has got the power to avoid whatever the board decided on at that meeting. But they have to, essentially to get there, you got to sue the board. Okay, I didn't go into details on this one, Act 592. It is technical, it's tricky, and it's based off individual candidates and campaign finances. There's an example of, like one of them, you can reuse campaign material and stuff that you used in previous campaign. If you don't change anything, you don't have to have that in your budget. But there's very specific things in there. I recommend all board members read that. We could sit here all night and kind of go through it because there's several different scenarios, and everybody's budget could be an individual thing. So I just recommend on that one, it will affect any candidate running for any office in Arkansas. I would just read it. Act 726, appointing board members. Okay, this is the change I was alluding to. And our current policy says the board's got 30 days to do it. Now it's 90 by law. You can see where notices got to be provided on district websites, social media, that kind of stuff. I think before it was just in a paper. Still 20 signatures, that's no change. The big change is the last one. Anybody that gets the signatures, that is being now vetted by the board to fill a vacancy, it's got to be done in open session. It can no longer be done in executive session.
So if you've got 5 candidates, we got to talk about them in open, in front of them.
In public. That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Act 902, public comment by board meetings, or public comment at board meetings. Basically, we do this already, so there's not a big impact. It basically says you have to provide at least 3 minutes. We do that now. If it goes over 30 and on an agenda item, it can be moved to a subsequent board meeting. And we use a sign-up sheet, so you can continue to use sign-up sheets. I just put that in there because there is some small changes that could affect. But for the most part, the board already does this. New one, school board member recall. What this means, yes, sir.
Normally, we ask a parent if they want to have something, if we're doing a disciplinary hearing or something, right? We ask them if they want it in open or not. Now, am I reading this right?
So, yeah, that's referring to the in public comment.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, a person cannot talk about an individual student case at a regular board meeting.
All right.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
right.
what that means.
Sorry about that.
And I think we've always done that. So, okay, you can now recall a school board member in the district they represent. So, to do some math, if you represent one of your areas and 35% of the registered voters sign a petition to recall a school board member in the area that you represent, not across the district-wide, but in the area that you personally represent, that can be put on a ballot for the next school board election. And if they get it, whoever does it gets a number of votes, then that position is declared immediately vacant. What that number and a hurdle would look like to get over the petition depends on the area, on the population that a school board member would represent. So, for instance, there are 66,000 people live in North Little Rock. There's about 31,000 registered voters. You'd have to divide that up amongst all the 7, areas you represent, and then whatever that area is and whatever that number would be, it'd be 35% of that would have to be on a petition. And then that petition, once it's declared legit by the county, then there would be placed a recall election at the next regular school board election. If that school board member is then recalled, it immediately becomes vacant, and the school board cannot use that person that just vacated it to be appointed back into it. There has to be, so technically, if that was not during, so let's say somebody was in a 2-year term, in the middle of a 4-year term, and there was a every 2-year school board election, they get vacated. The board have to appoint to fill the vacancy, and whoever they appoint would be there for the next 2 years.
They have to finish that person's term.
Right. This one's brand new. Any questions? Madam Chair, members of the board, these are the ones that were directly affecting the board. Like I said, there's about another 90 of them out there that, you name it, the legislature got into it, talked about it. A lot of it's district-wide stuff. But, recommend we just kind of bite this off, one chunk at a time.
Small chunks.
But any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any questions?
No.
Ms. Wonka?
No, ma'am.
Ms.
No.
No.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. West?
Not at this time, I might
Thank-
let
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel.
We're down to Classified Personnel Policies Committee report.
Welcome, Ms. Cherry.
Good evening. Apologize for the casualness of the coat. I'm just freezing.
That's practical, not casual.
Okay. I'll just start off with what I was going to end with because I just found out some information about it. Our meeting on Tuesday, one of the concerns was the hiring of the wraparound specialists. They were wondering when the hiring was going to be completed because contracts have gone out for the district. It's been almost a couple months since it was posted. And I just found out tonight that you had been presented with the appointees, or not appointees, the employees that were going to be personnel that were going to be hired. So that kind of wraps up that concern. So take that off the table. Cross
Check.
that off my list. Check there. So at our meeting in April, we approved the March minutes. I believe Mr. Smith has already presented you with the updated standard rates of pay. We approved that with just one request that the classified per hour professional development rate be the same as the certified. And that was our only request on that, and that was adjusted. The next item was discussion about sending out a survey. The survey that was sent out in December came out of the license side of the house. It was a last minute thing that was outside of the classified side of the house. And so even though it was sent to all staff members, the classified wasn't specifically requested for budget saving suggestions. And so a lot of staff members felt that it should have been directed to them, or they should have had a more direct approach to it. So we were discussing, do we send out a survey now, or do we wait till next year when new people are in place and whatever's happened over the summer, we have a better idea. And the question was asked, well, do we need to send it now? Because there's going to be a lot done over the summer, so we need to be able to feed something in here at the beginning of the summer. I'll just tell you at our meeting on Tuesday, it's going to be, we'll float that survey in the fall. We're not going to float one right now. We were looking at the buckets. We had a question about the first bucket, the operational savings that are under the superintendent's purview that don't need the board approval. Sorry. And we were questioning when those would be implemented. There were some that involved research, such as the cell phones. And so we were told at our last meeting on Tuesday that many of those have been implemented, that there's a link that's going to be given out by Mr. Brown that will show where the district stands in terms of implementing each of those items in that bucket one. As far as what you're going to be doing over the summer budget-wise, I know the LPPC I saw in their proposal that they were going to try and bring some things this summer before the board. We weren't able to find out if you guys had specific times that you were going to set aside, because the third bucket, when you were doing your budget workshop earlier this year, I guess it was, you decided that bucket 3 would not be for this 25-26 school year, but would be looked at for the 26-27 school year, because it would involve researching into what is involved, and several of the positions in that bucket 3 are classified positions, like lunch aides, recess aides. The STEAM lab, that portion has already been taken off, removed. I had here we go. Dual employees, bus drivers and aides. Like I said, the early morning lunch aides, duty rotations. So a good portion of that third bucket involves classified staffing. And so we were just wondering if the investigation into the implementation of that would be discussed this summer, or at one point in the budget workshop, you mentioned that you would start looking into that in the fall. So with all that questions in mind, as I said, the final decision was we're going to put off the survey for a request for additional budget savings, and we'll do that in the fall when everybody comes back. There was a discussion about creating a district job description database. Right now, all the job descriptions are in different places. And our approach to it was, if they were all in one place, somebody could easily pull one up. Should we be doing research on job descriptions from one district to the other, we would be able to just go get it. We wouldn't have to infringe, or not infringe, but require the Human Resources Department to dig through and provide us with that job description. We could just go and look at it. If there's an employee who has a question of what is in their job description, they would just be able to easily go and look at it. We were told that they're being worked on bringing those together, but then the question was brought up about security for it. So that was left as it's a possible conversation we can have with Mr. Smith and Human Resources Department further down the line. And the last one was just a question about the contracts, which were already sent out. And that's basically what we were told, is Mr. Smith was going to bring them to you that next board meeting, which was after ours, and that they would be out either the end of April, the beginning of May. And they were. So that resolves that one. I think that's about everything. Like I said, that one concern I was going to bring up has already been resolved. Didn't have to bother y'all with it. Anything you need from me? Any questions?
Ms. West, do you have any questions?
Zip.
Ms. Temple?
There was a change on there for the professional development to be 25, which is the same as the LPPC. Is that what you said?
Yeah, equate the certified and the classified.
What was classified before that?
17, I think.
Okay.
I think it was 17. Yeah, I think it was 17. Don't hold me to that. I could pull it up if you needed me to.
Okay. I didn't see it on the sheet. It wasn't marked through. It just said 25, so I didn't know what it had been.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what was presented in terms of what was given to the board, but it had been marked down, and so we just asked if it could be equated back with, well, I don't know that it was ever equated with certified. The change was made, and so we just asked that the certified and classified professional development be on the same pay.
Okay. So it was, say it was 20, and it got marked down to 17, and is that what you're telling me, that it was higher and got marked down? Is that what I just heard you say?
I'd have to go back and look at it. I can't remember in my mind what it looked like when we were the first initial one, not the one that was brought to the board. If you want me to find it, I can, and while you guys finish up, I can bring you the answer after you guys move along on the agenda. While you guys are progressing, I can go look it up.
Or you can just email it to her.
Okay.
We can keep rolling.
All right.
Ms. Williams?
Yes. Hey, my question is to Dr. Stowe. From this, Dr. Stowe, from this thing that they gave us, I just wanted to ask a question because I didn't get an understanding last week. You know, I asked you about the nurses, and on here, the Learning Loss Summer School, I see you eliminated that nurse, and then down in special education, you eliminated that nurse, but I see you kept the nurses for the $30 an hour. Was this a savings, or how did you make up for that?
So nurses aren't under my department. For summer school, there is a nurse for extended school year. There's a nurse for the secondary campus, and then elementary has a nurse, but those fall under Chief Fink's department. But we didn't eliminate any nurses that I know of.
No, what I was saying, where it was saying like the nurse here, where the learning loss summer school nurse, and then that person was making $45 an hour. That person was eliminated. And then the other nurse down under that stayed, that person was making $30 an hour. And then if you go down here at the next segment by special education, that nurse again who was making $45 an hour was eliminated but kept. What I was asking is how many are the concerns, you know, for summer school, how you making up, we didn't need nurses or what are you doing?
Now I understand. I'm sorry I didn't have it in front of me, what you were asking me.
Okay.
This was, Mr. Brown, if he's here, this was the daily rates of pay. They dropped the rates of pay for everybody. And nurses this went back to pre-COVID, but we didn't drop the rates of pay. They did it for all the teachers, the nurses, for everyone. So we didn't eliminate any nurses.
Is summer school starting? Do you have the nurses that will be able to take care of the students? Yes. That's my concern. You know, you eliminated one from regular long day, and then you eliminate the one in special ed. You know, this is my major concern, making sure that you have the nurses that you need for summer school. But when I only see 2 listed, that is concerning. You say you got like 700 students that'll be at the high school, and then you also would need someone in the elementary program. So my question to you was simply, I only see 2. Have you been eliminated from having those that you need? That's my question.
Okay, I got you now. Sorry, I wasn't following. There will be 3 nurses in summer school. According to the law, I believe, and this isn't my department, this is Chief Fink's department, but I think you have to have 1 nurse per 750 students. And we have that, we haven't hired them yet. We haven't hired any of our summer school staff, but we have a nurse for summer school for special ed. We have a nurse for secondary and a nurse for elementary. So we do have the positions that cover the number of students that we have attending.
Okay.
But they haven't been hired yet, but we have those positions in place to hire for them.
Oh, to hire them. Would Mr. Brown say so?
Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that, you know, our needs are covered for that. Mr. Brown, we just had to talk about the 2 nurses that were eliminated from, where the prices dropped. And because the prices were dropped, that eliminated a nurse when that. So you just went with the 2 nurses that only was staying for $30 an hour?
Well, we didn't eliminate a nursing position. We just dropped the rate of pay.
So you just had the red up there meant that.
The red meant that was the old price. The blue means new price.
So you weren't eliminating it?
No, ma'am.
All right, so
No,
you
ma'am.
got 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Because somebody had asked me about them nurses. Okay.
Ms. McLean, any question?
No questions.
Mr. Taylor?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cherry.
Looking at that, I think it was a matter of them not being equal and not a matter of one going up and one going down on the standard rates of pay. I'm fairly certain that's what it was. Like I said, I'll go back and look, and if it's not, I'll let you know. But if I remember correctly, the question was why weren't they equal? And so that's the way the committee voted.
Thank you, Ms. Cherry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so good.
Thanks.
Is there a licensed personnel policy committee report?
No, Madam President, there is not a licensed committee report.
Well, we will move right along. 16.1 student and parent handbook.
So I welcome Ms. Randall, Coordinator of Student-Centered Services, and I believe Mr. Riddle. We're going to try something new this year, which is a combination, a 1-2 of the student parent handbook and the technology handbook. So they're going to kind of do this in tandem. So if y'all just state your name for the record and your position.
Hey, good evening, Madam President, Board members, Dr. Paluski. My name's Mr. Randy Riddle. I'm the Director of IT, and I am not here to ask for money for once. I'm here to present our new technology handbook for the next year.
Love it.
And I'm Tiffany Randall, Coordinator of Student-Centered Support Services, and I'm in charge of the Parent-Student Handbook that falls under my title.
So the purpose of the presentation provides you guys with information regarding the approval for the Parent and Student Handbook, basically high-level overviews of the changes for this next year, and a high-level overview of the technology handbook.
Okay. So what I'll be presenting to you guys, and y'all have a full copy in your presentation of the draft. It's a draft because if parts of his handbook are approved, they will have to go into our handbook. And there will be a part that goes in the back as well under the appendix. So it's not completely finished yet, but it is a draft. The first one is one of the new laws that has gone into effect, and that is the bell-to-bell no cell phone policy for all students in every district in Arkansas. That means that any personal electronic device, which may include a smartwatch, earbuds, personal computers, anything that is a personal device that can be connected to the internet or Bluetooth, is prohibited from the time that the first bell rings to begin the day until the last bell rings. Did you?
Yeah, and with that, we are considering looking at changing how we do student Wi-Fi, since they're basically not permitted to have their own BYOD devices at this point. And the student Wi-Fi password is, everyone knows what the password is. So we've thought about rotating that on the Chromebooks to where only technology knows that, and having a proper guest Wi-Fi for people that come in. That way, if students do have a device to come in, they won't know the password to get onto Wi-Fi.
And if you click on that link, that takes you to the device policy that the handbook committee came up with, and it's basically quoted straight from the law, which says here's what you can't do, and the law stated we had to come up with, what happens for your first offense, your second offense, your third offense, your fourth offense, and so, the first time we're going to give you a warning and ask you to put it in the device that we're going to give you to hold it, and you'll see in there that we are looking at using the Yonder pouches. They lock, and they can only be opened with a kind of like your clothes tag when you go to the store and you buy clothes. They have to hit it on that magnetic release and release it. That's what basically what this pouch is. And the students would be provided a pouch by the district, and you're going to click on that link? Okay. I didn't know. And so the district would be providing each student with a pouch, and then there will be consequences and fees that come with if you destroy the pouch, if you, besides the normal wear and tear on a pouch. Go ahead.
Oh,
Do you have a question?
You say you give them the pouch to keep all day?
My understanding is the state's giving money to provide the whatever device. There's a bunch of them out there. The handbook committee the handbook committee was comprised of staff, parents, and students. Students gave input, and they thought that of all the ones we looked at, the pouch would be the easiest. That way their phone is still with them and on them, but it fits their phone, their earbuds, their watch. It looks small, but it really holds a lot. A lot of districts are already using them. Conway uses them. Greenbrier uses them. Oh, there's one.
We have a demonstration
So
device.
you get a demonstration tonight. So this is the pouch, and it locks, and so they can't get in it. And it has a little place they can put like their ID. And then to open it, you have to hit it and pop it off at the end of the day. So that's
And those are along the walls, right?
It can be along the wall. They have ones that hook on the wall. We're actually meeting with the vendor on Monday to look at these. This is just a standalone, but there are some that you have posted around. We kind of discussed maybe for, middle school and high school students, because everybody has a last period of the day, every teacher has one of these where it doesn't take as much time leaving out to get on the bus. If everyone had, they could just pop it on their way out, and then they just put their pouch back in their backpack. They would be responsible for keeping up with their pouch, and if you'll see in that link that if they try to damage it, open it, not using the way that it's supposed to be open, that there will be consequences. You'll be violating the policy, and so that's kind of where we're at with that, with the new law.
So I guess what I'm understanding, to just for clarification for me, pouches are assigned to each student. So your pouch is your pouch.
Your pouch is your pouch all year long.
Okay, so at the end of the year, Tiffany had to go in and turn in her pouch along with her Chromebook books and all. Okay, got it.
Yes, and I don't have a fee in there yet because I don't know what the fee is yet, because we haven't talked with the vendor, and that's happening Monday. So there will be whatever the replacement fee for this. If they lose it, they damage it, they will, have to replace it.
I watched it on YouTube, and like dismissal. I forgot what school it was. It wasn't in Arkansas, but several states are already using this and have already implemented it a long time ago.
Yes.
And it seems to run pretty smooth as far as dismissal. I mean, they did it like it was just normal practice.
It's like any other procedure that you implement at the beginning of the year with students. You have to show them, teach them, and then hold them accountable. And so that it'll take a couple of weeks to get used to that. We know we will have kids try to violate the policy, just like they do any rule that we have. And there will be consequences for that action. And those will be sent out to parents, and we're going to try to do a good job before school starts, having Dustin Barnes push that out of all the new changes I'm going to show you tonight, that if they're approved by you, and just making the students understand that this is a law and we have to do what it says, and you have to have your cell phone put away. It's going to take some getting used to, just like any kind of procedure or policy.
So with that, I want to add, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so the option isn't just have your phone turned off in your backpack?
No. There are exceptions to the rule. If it is in your IEP or your 504, because we have a lot of students that are diabetic, they have to have access to their phones. They will not have to lock it up if it's in their IEP or 504 plan. If it's medical,
For their monitoring.
they're monitoring. We have some students that have different devices besides diabetics that they have to have their phones and have access, but they will be reminded that they can only have their phone out when they are taking care of their health need. So there are exceptions, and they are listed in that policy as well. And those were in the law spelled out for you, and I just copied them from the law.
This 1, 2, 3. Okay. This is the last day of school. Okay, and at the end of the day of school, that instrument there will be in the last teacher's class that they have. Or is it something central located when they're going out of the building?
There'll be some going out of the building, but we thought it might be easier and take less time because it's a small number of students. Like you have 30 students in a class versus 1,000 trying to use the same one over and over again. And so having them in the last period, and then if I forget or maybe I'm out at athletics or something, they're going to be on the walls, and they've got ones you can mount to a wall. The coaches might have an access to one, so they'll be kind of the security guards will have some at their table. So the office, if a kid checks out early, so there will be enough for them to unlock their. Now, if they forget, that's on them. But there will be. They might be. They'll be mounted outside, so they might have to get their parent to drive them back up to the school to get it unlocked. But it will be their responsibility, and so it will teach them, to take care of things and be responsible.
Ooh, that's a long story. Okay.
Was there any questions on this end?
No.
Okay.
One thing I was going to add to that is when we assign Chromebooks to the high school and the middle school at the beginning of the year, that's something else we can add to the checkout for them is you get your Chromebook and here's your yonder pouch as well. And again, with turn-in as well at the end of the year.
Real quick, no, you don't, you can go to the next slide, but have we kind of thought about, maybe doing more? I feel like we're gonna have to get parents on board and we're gonna have to maybe do some education as far as with moms and dads and or caregivers, grandparents, that, you know, this is like Cindy said, this is the law. So they're gonna have to be able to comply with that, but I feel like we have to make sure that our building leaders know that this is something that has to be talked about, because I fear a lot of pushback as far as, I don't want to lock up my phone. This is my phone, you know, so I don't want to have anybody at the front having to go through that.
Yeah, so that's why we're going to try to get the information out this summer. After we have rollover in July, and email, text, phone calls, robocalls, whatever we can do to push out the information, to let them know this is not a choice. We have to do this. Here are some ways, though the student handbook committee, they said, well, how am I going to call my mom? I said, well, you'll have a few options. You can, if you have an emergency, you can go to the office. They have phones there. Some teachers have phones. And then you have access to email. You can email your parents if you need something, but once you get used to it, you will realize there are other ways to communicate.
I will say that at the AAE ASBA meeting that we went to, one of the superintendents suggested that if you could do a trial run at the end of the school year, which means like in the next 2 weeks, but like at the high school when the seniors are gone, just, you don't have to have the pouches, but just tell everybody, phone in, we're practicing on how it's going to be next year all over the state.
That's a good idea.
Put your phone in, turn it off, put it in your backpack, and then just see what happens. But it's kind of a little preview to.
That's a good idea.
I don't know if there's time to get that done.
That would be next week, so you know it's winding down time.
I know.
But yeah, and I've seen. I know Pulaski County was doing that at a couple of their schools. They bought the pouches and they were advertising that they were going to go ahead and try it out. But having it just off and put up, that would be an option for us. Okay, the next change that is a big change in the handbook, and it only affects the high school and COE. Because we're on block schedule, they are proposing that we move to, you get credit loss after 7 unexcused absences instead of 12, and that is per class, not per day. The reason being is when you're on block schedule and you miss 12 classes, you've missed almost 9 weeks. You've at least missed 6 weeks of instruction. And so most schools that we researched that have a block schedule, it's after your 7th unexcused absence. And then that's not including your excused ones or school business or things like that. But anything unexcused will be, you will lose credit for that class. And so the next thing, too, for them is right now they are marked absent in a class after 30 minutes. So they would like to change that and propose that we change that from a tardy after 15. You're tardy in between that 1 minute to 15 minutes, and then you're absent after 15 minutes. We looked at it. It used to be that way, and I don't know when the change took place. But kids have realized they're not going to be marked absent because they know for after 30 minutes. So they're missing 30 minutes of instruction. They show up, but it's 30 minutes after 30 minutes. And so that's the proposed change for attendance that will just affect the high school and the COE. And again, we are going to push that out before school starts and get that. My goal is to the things that are changing, really highlight those and get those out to parents before school starts.
What's the reasoning behind giving students 15 minutes before they're counted tardy?
I believe that may be a typo on my part on this slide. I think it's tardy after 5 minutes, potentially. I was recreating this other, and I think I put a typo in that first part there.
Okay, so after 5 minutes.
You're tardy in that first 15 minutes.
First 15 minutes.
Wait a minute.
What?
We saying two different things.
Yeah.
So after 15, if a student doesn't class starts at 10, they make it there at 10:14, they're not tardy.
No, they're tardy.
So
They're
where
marked.
is the point they become tardy?
Anything from when the bell rings when they're supposed to be in class, so minute 1 to minute 15. After minute 15, they would be considered absent.
Okay.
So the tardy would be in the first 15 minutes. Anything after the first 15 minutes would be an absence.
Maybe change that to
Yeah.
That's my
first
fault. I
instead of
apologize for that.
after.
First,
Tardy
tardy,
first
first.
15 minutes.
First,
Tardy
yeah.
First 15
After.
minutes.
It should
and
say
then
first.
absent after 15 minutes.
We,
Gotcha.
we can make
No
that
problem.
100% less confusing.
Do it for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You would be surprised.
Please explain that. That's like college. You know, college you get 15
Well, they'll lock you
minutes.
out the door.
You know,
they
you walk
have-
Yeah.
out the door on the professors if they're not there in 10 minutes.
One time.
But 15 minutes, is the high school that complicated? Because you're saying 6 through 12.
No, this attendance policy is specific for the high school and COE.
Too
Yeah.
much.
So how long is the class itself?
90 minutes.
90 minutes, okay.
So if they come in 20 minutes,
That's an absence.
it's still
It's still an absence.
It's still absent.
You don't get credit for being there. The, you know, you've got to be in there before you're counted. So, you know, we'll have some students that will show up and they've been hiding out in the bathroom, or, you know, they do bathroom sweeps and they, you know, they sweep the hall. Tardy sweeps is what they call them, and they try to find where the kids are hiding, but we know that's a lot of students and a lot of places to hide.
And
Is
if
this
I,
a practice that most schools do this? 15 minutes?
Yes.
okay, but if
I
I,
was always tardy after the bell rang.
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah.
you're tardy after the bell rings here too, but you're absent after 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But if I come from a dentist appointment,
That's excused.
okay,
That's
all right.
excused.
That this is just strictly for students. We don't know where they've been or what they've been doing, because if they come in from a teacher, they have a pass. If they've been in the office, they have a pass. If they've checked in from an appointment, they have a doctor's note. And so this is just strictly for those students that we're not sure where they're at.
Okay,
The bathroom.
Ms. Rambert, I
Yes, ma'am.
just want to ask you one question. 15 minutes at the high school, that's too much time. We had too much personal stuff going on in the restrooms at 15 minutes.
It was 30.
The policy, was 30 minutes. This is backing it back.
Okay, well, but you understand?
I do.
15 minutes.
So maybe a suggestion would be this year, we can do 15 minutes in the handbook, and then if we still have issues, we can back it up to 5 minutes for next year.
Well, we're gonna have to do something, because there's too much time. We've had too many incidents.
Well, that's why they're.
Person in the restrooms.
Yes. And I know they've implemented consequences for tardies. They have detention that they've implemented during flex block. So, you know, and that might be something to look at going forward, like look at the consequences that are
I like that what you
related to
said
being
about
tardy.
Exploring it this year, and maybe next year, look at, you know, if it needs to be changed, it may improve a whole lot, but then you can always have that flexibility.
But
All
didn't you say though that it was 30 minutes?
No, we're
Currently.
backing it
Currently
back.
it's
But
30
that was
minutes.
just to be marked absent for 30, but it was still 15 for tardy. No?
Tardy
No.
is tardy.
It was both?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this backs everything back
Okay.
15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, moving on.
The next change that is taking place is in the AP programs, our advanced programs. Students who do not take an ordered exam in may face a charge for the total exam fee up to $146. that is a proposed change from the Dr. Harbin, and we had a lot of kids that they would order the test for, then they just skip out on it and don't take it, and that's a major cost.
But if you have an excuse,
Yeah, that would be. That's why it said.
Gotcha.
That's why she put the word may.
gotcha.
May face. Yeah, may. Not you. Not will. You may, depending on your circumstance, because you know, if you're in the hospital or you're sick or you know you had a death in the family, anything could arise. There were some things in our handbook that still included our old IB program. We don't have that anymore, so I've removed all of that language from the handbook. We've added a step-by-step process for the acceleration of K-5 students, and then a step-by-step process for identifying gifted and talented students. And that link takes you to a side-by-side of the changes. So in the diagram, it has on the left what was in the handbook, and then now making the processes more thorough, where parents can go straight to that and know exactly step-by-step how we identify, how can I, you know, proceed with maybe seeing if my student needs accelerated. That all those changes are in that side-by-side diagram that you can click on that link and find.
Question, where it says the advanced program changes, and I'm on that link with AP. Now, I understand, and this may correlate, so bear with me for a second. We're doing the Yonder pouches, so we're already putting our cell phones and all devices in it. Does that include the smartwatches? And this is where my question correlates, because with the AP exams, smartwatches need to be removed before walking in there because we've got proctors. It has been stated and noted, not all proctors enforce the no smartphone, no smartwatch rule.
I don't
So,
I'm not.
I'm in the heat of AP testing, and I go around to every child and make sure they have watches on.
So with that being said, should we put it in writing is my question. Because
About
I'm not.
the watches for AP testing?
Yes.
It's in the AP handbook. It's in the
Right.
rules handbook that what you cannot have, and before they walk into the room, it's posted on a big sheet of paper. You may not have earphones, smartwatches, all that. It's all posted right before they walk in.
And they can't have it with the bell-to-bell
Right,
policy.
it's-
So it should be put up in their Yonder pouch, because they can't wear smartwatches, they can't have Bluetooth headphones, they can't have personal computers, tablets, anything that is not issued by the school that can connect to Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, which those watches can.
So they can no longer bring their personal laptops. They have to use the
They have to use the schools.
laptops.
Correct.
That's going to cut down on a lot of riffraff right there.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
the-
And that is in the law. And it's in our policy that we're proposing to you guys. It's quoted straight from there that they can't have any device that can connect to the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth that is not issued by the school, and that includes smartwatches.
Okay. Carry on.
Okay?
It's the 9th bullet in of what they're not allowed. It says smart watch right there.
Where?
And
So
back
if you
in
look at the policy, if you click on that, where it says personal electronic devices
Oh, yeah.
are as follows but not limited to, and it does list smartwatch.
Well, I just want to make sure it's reiterated again for advanced program
Absolutely.
AP
Yeah,
test.
yeah. Of
That's
course.
where I'm looking for that correlation
Yeah.
to ensure. Yes, we stated here, but did we reiterate and make sure that we're following through?
And that's
because
been-
sometimes our dominoes are not always aligned.
Always in line, yeah.
But
And
to-
hopefully with just the no personal electronic device policy, that will help cover all of your bases, because that's from the time the first bell rings to the time the last bell rings.
And to Dr. Reynolds' point, when she does all the training, the school testing coordinators, whether that's Atlas testing or AP, there's a whole list that everybody has to get trained on. Teachers have to get trained. They've got to sign off that they understand these elements are not allowed in a testing environment.
And they're not allowed to have it in Atlas testing either. So no
Any
matter what
testing.
testing environment,
That's right.
smartwatches are not allowed in any testing environment, not just AP.
And then there's just some miscellaneous items. So we are proposing to eliminate clear mesh backpacks for 6th through 12th grade because they go through Open Gate. I talked with Chief Inks and the handbook committee and the students, and He doesn't see an issue with that because they will pick up if they have anything in their backpack.
Okay,
Yeah,
yep, ladies.
well,
So
we all
we
got our
disagree
hands up on that one.
with that first bullet point. We disagree.
Okay.
No.
Okay. That's up. Y'all get to vote on that. It's up to y'all.
Nope.
Yeah, without going into further discussion.
That would be a no.
Discussing what happened.
No.
Ladies, Mr. Taylor, I'm one of 7. Speak your tone.
Do we need to start on this end? I say no.
Okay.
What's your,
We had incidents this year that if they'd been cleared, we wouldn't have had the incidents. So I say clear or mesh.
Okay.
clear and mesh.
What you say, Dr. P?
Well, no, I think the other side of this is we have a lot of student athletes that have, equipment bags and all that, and those aren't clear. So it's
Okay,
kind of
so
almost in a.
Would the equipment bags not be with the equipment room? I mean, do they not put the equipment bag in the equipment room?
Not
Do
necessarily.
They don't. Okay, so we don't have. Okay,
But we
come
still
back to
gonna
the
have what we
up to
talking about.
25, Angela. They don't have lockers anymore, right? Okay, so how do you mitigate that if they have athletic bags?
I got a compromise.
Okay, let's hear your compromise.
That the clear and mesh through 8th grade and in high school, take it away in high school.
I don't know.
Okay, wait. Say it again. Say
Clear,
what you said.
clear and
Clear
mesh
back and-
through
Clear
8th
and
grade.
Clear middle
And when you
school.
get to high school, then you can have
Oh, no.
whatever kind of bag.
Dangerous.
Well,
I like that.
what was, Dr. P, I'm looking for you for reference, and Tiffany,
Sure.
think back without getting into specifications.
It was middle school.
It was
It was middle
It was middle school.
Okay. So because of that incident. without
That wasn't a
getting-
clear mesh backpack though.
Exactly. That's our point.
Yeah.
That because there was not a clear or mesh backpack, something could have been prevented and seen,
Right.
but it was not. And
Yeah.
so that's where this,
So what's going to come with that is the enforcement of the policies.
oh, sister, say that louder again.
So that's going to be what each campus is going to have to figure out how they're going, the procedure they're going to use to enforce the policy.
Haven't we had that before, though, for many years, and then it changed and went to just any backpack that you want to have? But we had clear for a long time, I think.
Clear mesh has been around since I've been here, and I've been in here
My
13,
kids
12
had
years.
clear mesh.
Last year is when policy changed.
Well, I don't think it
When
was.
it came to the
It wasn't
backpack.
all the way policy too. I think it had a lot to do with, from what I heard, it was an individual campus. Like some principals were okay with it, some were not.
And that's where we're at right now, is the principals and the committee members want, that's why this is on here.
Yes. So if they're saying that they want that, then I think that maybe that might be.
We haven't let them know everything that we have
I
seen.
understand, I get that, and that may be, and I don't know how appropriate this would be, but maybe like a roundtable discussion
Well,
as far as that, because if Principal A is doing this and saying, I don't care what type of bag, I'm not really pushing clear mesh, but then you have Principal B that says, no, the policy says clear mesh backpacks, and that's what we're gonna have to adhere to. So, what do we do with that?
so
I like
Go ahead,
I
you
like-
go first.
I'm willing to go with Cindy's route from take out 6th grade and move it to 9th to 12th. You can eliminate clear and mesh. But 6th, 7th, and 8th, they need to be clear and mesh. I'm willing for that compromise, but that is all that I'm willing to compromise.
I'm not willing to compromise any of
Okay.
it.
I like-
Because we know what has happened when you
Yes.
don't see things. If it was done in the 90s, and this is the 21st century now, times have gotten worse. And people have done things that perhaps, because we have Chief Finks, he has been able to keep things under wrap He didn't have to, you don't have to say everything and put it out there to put fear into the stakeholders. But he has been able to eliminate things that could have happened had we not had the clear of the mesh situation. Now, football, for the athletes, hey, they can get to school there in the morning. They got a coach standing at the door. They can open it and check it. Just like when we go into places, don't they check out clear pocketbooks, although they say they can see it every time I go up here to the arena? They want to look in your bag, whether it's clear or what, mesh. So for safety, I'm just dealing with safety. That's all I'm concerned.
Can I intervene on some on the security side?
Come on up here, come on.
Because Chief Finks was actually in favor of eliminating them.
This is what security was
So,
talking about. If you're an athlete,
Come to
up to the mic.
We need-
Come on.
Sorry.
Master Sergeant Hunter. Sergeant
Look, we
Major.
heard you, but it has to be on the TV.
I don't want to be on television.
come on.
Neither do I.
It's a joint effort.
Okay.
Joint effort.
Can you state your name, please?
Name for the record.
Speak.
CSSO Hunter. On the security side, what I believe would help out a lot if the athletes that's coming in would have their athletic bags taken to the field house or the gym arena and left there till the end of the day. That would eliminate a lot of the stuff of what they're walking around with. Okay. That presents another problem, and then we can try to see if we can find a storage place for them to put their items. Because you got softball, baseball, football, and everybody has a locker room. So now we need to try to figure out if we can find something for swimming. That way everybody have the same equal playing field.
So I like this idea of bringing somebody that's in it every day that can bring a different vantage point. And I'm glad that you spoke up and said something. Because we're not there every day, but that makes sense. And that's kind of where I was leaning towards, like, I'm dating myself again, but me playing ball, we had to take our athletic bags and go put them up in our athletic locker when we got to school, because we could not carry that bag around. So, I mean, it's just what you just have to do. I mean, it's the price you pay as an athlete. I mean, what do you, I don't know.
I have a
I didn't
question.
want to lug a bag
Yes, ma'am.
around all day, but I had to put it up.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Them athletic bags could take a sawed-off shotgun and bring it
They
on
go
up
through
in the
open gate.
schoolhouse.
They go through
We-
open
they,
gate.
No, my question is, because
Okay.
I haven't seen the locker room. Do we have lockers
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
locker room?
They have lockers.
Can they actually lock them?
Yes.
Because
They have locks.
We
They have locks on
thieves
'em.
in the school.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if they take their personal items and lock them up,
Yes, they have a cage lock that they can lock every one of them individually.
gotcha.
So all sports have a locker? No,
No.
just not
Swimming is the only one that doesn't. That's what
So
we.
can we bring
What about
lockers in
cheer?
for the
Golf, I don't know, golf.
Tennis does not.
tennis.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. We need some more
But the
lockers
bags
in
do
town.
go through open gate. So they
Yeah.
do go through open gate. So if they
Right.
did have, a weapon that the open gate picks up, it would pick it up in their bag.
So,
Well, if I understand, you were saying that maybe it was Miss Randall that said that the chief said that we don't need clear and mesh. That
He
just
was
a
for
regular-
eliminating it.
just a regular backpack is going to pick up.
He and I had a conversation about it after the handbook committee wanted to propose it. I talked to Dr. Ploufsky. He said talk to Chief Finks. I talked to Chief Finks, and he was for it.
What do you think, CSSO Hunter?
I'm just here for the safety of
I get
all
it,
the
but what do
students in
you, you're doing this every day, so do you feel that clear and mesh will help, or do you feel that regular backpacks are okay?
I believe it would. That way we can see everything that comes in.
Okay.
so
And
What
if
do
they're-
y'all do now with the kids that don't bring clear mesh when they come through? What's the procedure? Because,
If it goes off, we check it.
but if it doesn't, do we house them somewhere? Because right now I can go over to both campuses and there are non-clear. My own child has one that's not clear mesh. So if we're going to make it a policy, we got to figure out a way. It's got to be enforced when they come through open gate.
So,
I'm sorry
Nope.
to cut you off,
Go
Dr.
ahead.
B.
Nope.
Give me a moment, Dr. B. So
Yes, ma'am.
again, coming back to your compromise, Cindy, if we make eliminate clear and mesh backpacks, and I hear you, Dorothy, but because of the problem presented and the other issues that you've presented back there with the golf, no lockers, and wrestling and swim, I hear you. So again, it comes back to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade will have clear and mesh, and then the 9th through the 12th. Because I do hear about the athletes. I do know children bring 2 bags.
Right.
Even the band kids, when they have to stay after and we have camp. I mean, I get it. We've got one backpack with snacks and drinks and whatnot for after, and we've got the daily books and yada
Computers, yeah.
with everything else. So I get that, but the board, Dr. P, what did you have to say?
No, I was just going to maybe suggest, since this is just an information item, allow us to go back to the committee specifically with our school administrators, look at both. Look at mesh backpacks 6 through 12. What are the advantages and disadvantages of that or issues? Look at 6, 7, and 8, just clear versus high school 9 through 12, and give you some comparison from their point of view of day to day. What are the advantages and disadvantages? And then we can bring that back, and then we can go from there based upon this discussion, because I certainly hear all aspects, and all aspects are valid.
Yeah.
And
I would like to have Hunter to be a part of that conversation too, so he can give his insight as far as what he sees day to day and how, what's working, what's not, what do we improve on, and you know what I'm saying? So we can get some feedback on that too.
So an
Chief
option.
Finks is the captain, but he's on.
No, I had Chief Finks.
He got his feet on the ground,
So-
looking at it every day. And while we're talking about this too, Miss Randall, our elementary kids, they've been cutting up a little bit too by doing little stuff. So
Yeah, they weren't included in this.
That's something I don't know. And we talk about these mesh bags because of things that we've been able to see here lately.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one reason elementary wasn't included in this was because they don't all go through Open Gate.
Yeah.
Every elementary kid does not go through Open Gate. There's not, because there's so many entrances. You have bus riders coming through one loop, and you have one Open Gate, and so they don't go through there. So that's why it was only proposed, and it was specifically more for the high school. The principal emailed me directly asking for us to eliminate it.
So to say like Ms. Dr. Redis does, for clarity, I love that. For clarity, we're saying pre-K through 8, this is an option, pre-K through 8 would have clear or mesh backpacks, and 9 through 12 could have any kind of backpack they wanted. Is that what the option is to that? That's one of the options.
But I don't trust high school students because they fall in love and they bring their little this and that. But anyway, you have enough concept to bring back to the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll meet with them and.
What is this and that?
Moving on.
Okay.
keep it going.
Second thing on this miscellaneous, the metal or stainless steel water bottles have been an issue. They must be empty and go through Open Gate with the lid off. Again, they hide things in there. That's why if it's not in a clear mesh backpack, they're going to figure out a way to hide it, whether you have clear mesh backpacks or not. They are going to have to be empty. They're going to have to fill them in the water stations at school because right now they're just going through Open Gate, and because they make Open Gate go off. They're like holding them up above the Open Gate and walking through, and they could just have anything.
Oh, they clever.
They're very clever. So it's going to have to be open with lid off going through if you're going to bring the stainless steel or metal water bottles, because you could hide anything in like your cup right there.
Right.
You could hide a weapon in there.
Okay. So you can bring your water bottle like that, right?
Yeah, they do bring their water bottles.
No,
You gotta have
it has to be empty.
It has to be empty.
Empty and lid off,
Okay.
so that they can look in it.
I can see it.
Okay.
Because it's going to make it go off. So even just walking through it with it empty, but if your lid's off, they can just look in it to see if anything's in there.
The word is empty. Okay.
Yes, empty, because we have plenty of water filling stations for them to fill their water bottles at
Bullets
school.
can float in water.
Yeah, okay. The next bullet point is no food deliveries from outside sources. We want to reiterate this. There is something already in the policy about deliveries, but we want, because kids are ordering DoorDash and Uber Eats, and
They're doing this?
oh my. Yes, and they're having delivered to school.
No. No.
Correct.
Correct. So we're making, yeah.
Yes.
And he knows that they're, you know,
And
they
I
have.
stopped it.
Yeah.
They have guns in them, had stuff, you know, like in the
Keep it moving.
penitentiary. They
Have it
Hey,
baked in the cake.
Okay, so
hot dog.
That's a lot
Okay.
of
With a knife, it's a lot of maneuvers, so you can get rid of that.
security
one right
stopping it at the door,
Okay.
but we're gonna make sure we
got it.
send that
I didn't know
out
that
to
was a
parents
thing.
and
We
kids.
got it.
Yeah.
there. I
Yep.
watched
The-
too many of them movies.
The last thing on there is, in the dress code, we've had a big problem with bonnets this year. So we're wanting to add to that long list, to be more specific for no bonnets.
Is that a beanie?
No.
Is a
Not a
bonnet
beanie, no, a bonnet is something you would sleep in, like sleepwear.
Baby,
know what they
this
be wearing at
over
school.
here.
Yeah.
this is
Adding
across the
We got it.
street.
Okay.
This is across the
So
Got
that is adding that
It
to
was
the,
never a dress part of the dress code. The principals were just letting them do what they want to do.
well,
It wasn't about we never said
Okay.
it. We voted to have a strict policy.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad, maybe with your leadership, no more bunnies and house shoes and pajamas. You didn't put
Yeah.
no
no,
pajamas
that's already
out.
in
It's
there.
already in
That's already in there.
But
I did, this is
it
just
was going on, but
specific,
go on.
to add to, okay?
Okay.
Unless it's pajama week.
Yeah,
pajama days,
we always
or-
have, yeah, Spirit Week,
I
yeah.
say we don't need pajama
Yes.
week now.
No, no. So, okay, that is my end of the presentation, and now I pass it over to Mr. Riddle.
All right, let's talk about technology a little bit here. So we've,
Thank you.
my assistant administrator has done a lot of work, and Mr. Michael Zelek. He's done 99% of the work here. I'm just the pretty face presenting it.
Okay.
So for grades 7 through 12, they are going to continue with one-to-one. We've talked with Ms. Hampton at the middle school, and what they're going to do is a limited one-to-one. They're not going to do take-home, but they will take them. They're assigned to the student. They will carry them throughout the day.
Okay.
So they won't take them home, but they will be available. If they need to take it home, as we had to earlier this year, there is available option for them to check out with the library if they need to take home for 7th and 8th grade. But high school will continue on as they have been. There is a new agreement, the device internet uses agreement, which is at the back of the handbook. Basically says, if I break it, I'm responsible for paying for the damage for it, along with the fee schedule there. There's not really has been one before, from what I've noticed. This gives us some more bite to the bark, for lack of a better term for it. Devices got to be returned at the end of the term or upon leaving the district. We have a lot that end up in other states. Sometimes we get them back. If they go to another district, they'll mail it back to us. Sometimes they don't. If it's lost, stolen, or damaged, they have to report it. This week, the high school seniors turned the Chromebooks. We got about 150 damaged ones to high school. That's to be about expected because they get broken from normal use of tear or intentional damage, and they just don't say anything. So that's one of the things we're hoping to do is if it's broken, they need to report it so we can actually fix it. Because what happens now is when the rest of the Chromebooks are turned at the high school, middle of next week, that number will probably increase to 250, 300 devices. Now, that may be like 5-minute repairs on each one, a couple screens, but it's still a lot of work to add to our already busy summer. For K-6, they'll stick with classroom sets, store and charge in carts. They can check out via library if they need to on a limited basis for 6th grade. Student responsibilities, it's only for educational purposes. Please do not use it for nefarious means. I have a story about that, but that's not for public. Follow the care guidelines. No food, no drinks on it, please, especially if you're going to bring a 2-liter Coke and pour it all over my Chromebook or the district's Chromebook. That has been an issue here lately. Careful transport. Don't use it. It's not a car seat. Keep it charged. Students sit on them occasionally, things like that. Follow the safety rules. Don't show your log credentials, reporting issues you have to either your teacher or the library so they can turn it in. Devices are district property. They are not personal devices we give you to keep. If you misuse it and abuse it, basically this says in here that you can lose your loss of privilege of the Chromebook. If you're a repeat offender, say you get broken, you break 3 in one semester, you may lose your privilege to use a Chromebook and we'll have to give you an alternative method. I'll have to work with Dr. Stoll on that since that's her wheelhouse come July 1st, I believe that's correct, to make a system for that, but that's something we're going to do with that. Just a reminder for them in here, it's internet use is filtered on and off campus. We can see where you've been at home. Just be aware. We don't check unless we have to, but We're also removing the mobile hotspot agreement as we have very limited use case for those, and if we do have any, they're with Dr. Reynolds and her virtual kits. Damage, theft, and replacement. Report incidents as they come in. It's reiterated in there about 2 or 3 times. If it is stolen, we are going to require a police report before we issue you another Chromebook. That way we know you're not lying to us. If it is broken, one thing in here is you won't be provided a replacement until your fees are paid. Now, there will be grace and flexibility with that as we need to, but we're hoping to force as much as we can. And we have the fee schedule here. It's mostly a $10 charge if it's the first time. If it's like a broken screen or keyboard touchpad, if it's accidental. Lost chargers, $35. These are pre-tariff prices. They should be around the same for parts, but they may be a little lower or higher. They break it a second and third time. It's the $50 to $100 and $60. If they lose it or break it completely, it's $300 for non-touch and $400 for a touch screen. We only have touch screens, I believe, in kindergarten right now. And that's all I have for mine. Yes, ma'am.
Good report. I used to ask about, I know our district is 75% poverty, but you did say if a phone is lost or stolen, you need to report it to the police.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not denying the child a due process for the education because they can go to the library and check one out.
Yes.
And then if you're a senior and you think you're going to get away with that, then you can, charges will be filed against you because you have not returned the property that belonged to the district.
And that is stated in here. It says in here at the end of it, by signing this, I will understand and abide by the North Florida Rock Technology Handbook. I further understand that any violation of these regulations is unethical and may constitute a criminal offense.
That's right.
So,
and it's better.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that. In the past, I kept saying that, but we're making the parents more responsible for the child's action to keep up with it.
It's not a free lunch. I would love for it to be, but they do cost money. They cost taxpayer money, and they're not getting cheaper because we've seen the price increase with tariffs on them. The previous order we got them for $279. Now they're $379.
Oh, wow.
So they've gone up almost $100.
But thank you for your documentation. You did a little homework here. Thank you.
Yeah, and most of it, I have to give most of the credit to Mr. Zelnick, our system administrator. He built something like this at his previous school district, and was kind enough to critique it for our stuff, and we've added bits and pieces to it as we need to.
Okay.
And we'll be adding it into the
Yeah,
handbook.
Mr.
It'll
Zellick's
be
our
at the
assistant
back, all
member.
of his forms and the full link to the technology handbook. Once y'all approve it, it'll be linked into the parent-student handbook. It'll all be one.
Yes, ma'am.
There's something that I wanted to ask you about because we have 4 pages of a table of contents. And I looked at some other schools, and Cabot has 3, Pulaski County has 3, Bryant has 1, Conway has 1, and the Little Rock School District has 1.5 pages of a table of contents. Is there anything we can do to condense, simplify something? Because 4 pages of table of contents is a lot for parents and students to navigate, and even a board member.
Yes, that's what we're looking at, a way to condense that into, we're looking at the headings. We just don't have that ready yet, that's why that's a draft, on how we can condense some of our policies are really large too, maybe how we can just have it linked there. Now, we'd still have to have a printed version for the parents that request a printed version, but most people use the one online. And how we can just link those policies and even condense it to not 163 pages as well. And I have looked at theirs. I've looked at all the surrounding districts, and that's something we are working on.
Well, I mean, and I looked, the one that we had sent to us, I think it showed it had 140 pages. And Cabot's is 140 pages, but Pulaski County is only 91 pages for their handbook. Little Rock School Districts is 90. Bryant has divided theirs into an elementary and a secondary handbook. So the elementary is only 45 pages, and the secondary is 55. And Conway only has 38 pages in their student handbook. So I can see how you could get overwhelmed trying to navigate through our handbook. And I'm gonna, I guess I need to make a pledge that I'm gonna go home and try and, we've got copies up here of it, go home and read through it just to make sure, just to see how the flow is going and that it's not, we jump from this to that and then you're thinking, oh, I think I read something about that up there in another section.
That's
So
what we
this should-
did. We went page by page, and we noticed there were some things. It was 163, so now it's 140 something. So we've taken some things out,
Bravo.
and condensed it. It was still the same information, but we're still looking at ways that we can further make it more user friendly, especially now that we're more online. So making links to the policies and just so that everyone has access to what they need to have access to.
Of course, the teacher in me had me looking at spelling and grammar and
All of it.
punctuation.
And we have a
all those
company
things.
that's going to go through, and it doesn't have page numbers right now because we're looking at condensing that table of contents and making it so the page numbers are going to change, and we have a company that's helping us with that. And all of the formatting and to make sure we have a new cover, if you've noticed that. Dustin Barnes is, Brooke in his department made a new cover. And so we finally got a new cover after several years. And so we're going to have a company put that all together and make it all nice and user-friendly and pretty with no mistakes.
Yes.
May I say one thing? Thank you.
first.
I appreciate you.
We
want to go back to attendance. If you'll go back to your presentation on page 4, the attendance communication, it speaks about the tardy after 15 minutes, marked absence after 15 minutes and whatnot. At the end of the day, we send home a communication or in a phone call saying, hey, your child was absent, marked tardy, whatever it may have been that day. Is there a way that we can look into moving that up? So if my child was marked absent in first period and say second period, can we send that out immediately instead of waiting to the end of the day? Hypothetically, they're in a car accident and I don't know it. I need to be alerted. Hypothetically, they're skipping school. I don't want to wait a full 8-hour school day because they can be in Texas in 8 hours. They can be in Indiana in 8 hours. So with that being said, I think a easier communication, faster communication response on our end may be something we need to consider.
And that's something that I know they do that through ThrillShare, so I'm not sure how that can be set, but we can ask. You can set it anything we want.
Yeah.
Okay,
we
well, there's
just
your
have to
answer.
change our data pool for it, and we can
Yeah.
pull the data more often and send it more often if we need to. That's something Kathy and I can work on if that's what the board rules it to be.
Yeah, if we want to do it by period, yeah.
I just think it would be a safety concern. And then if you'll remember back a year and a half ago, we had an incident. I'm not getting into the weeds. We can talk off mic, but it would have helped in a certain situation that a step-parent was involved and a child and whatnot. So again, 8 hours, we can be in Texas. So we need to act more quickly.
Yeah. So, you work on that?
Something we can work on.
Oh, you know, Dr. P, he has this chain of command, like what you're supposed to do in the handbook. And then he says, you know, like it's something dealing with mental health services, and it says go to the counselor. Has it been in consideration that what that process would be rather than having a mental health person available? Because in your protocol, you know, your chain of protocol that you have counselor, but will that counselor have time to be dealing with mental, you know, we're talking about the change, but we've had this discussion before that we need a mental health person
Oh, I see what you're saying. Somebody on staff that's trained specifically for that.
for that.
So, I mean, we do refer that out to like Strive as an example, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, without just saying if somebody needs help to go to the counselor, then to be able to refer that out to a service. This is also going to be part of the network wraparound service piece as well, to be able to support students and families with the assistance they might need if it's related to mental health.
Oh, okay. You explain that real well. Okay? All right.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
And there are people on campus that are trained for those emergency situations, and we have they have access to mobile assessors and things like that. If it is an emergency on the campus, they are trained.
Any more questions?
I just have a comment. I know it's really late and everybody's tired, but I just want to thank both you guys very much for this. I've been on this board for at least 7 years. Nothing has come looking this good this early. Thank you so much.
Still is a draft. I promise it will look even better when we're completely finished with it.
Thank you.
Oh, one other question. Ms. Randall, when you're talking to Dr. Paluski and you all are discussing other issues, I wanted to know if the Dean of Students is a part of the administrative team when you talk to him and you are redoing the book, because we have these Dean of Students in several schools, and I don't know, and they are supposed to be functioning as disciplinarians in a sense, but that's something that this is so well put together on the North Rock School District and administrators, and that was a question really to go back to when you are redoing the book, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I've never thought about that. What are they?
All hearts clear?
Okay.
Thank you.
Keep it moving.
Thank you, bravo.
Good job.
New
Could we have your report
stimulated
next
school
week?
letter grade calculations.
So as Dr. Reynolds makes her way up, and she'll explain this, but I just want to make sure that we're all clear. I've actually spoken with Secretary Oliva about this, and we're going to talk about why the State Department has not released this information at this time. But and there's a caveat to this because some things are going to change. The state school board is still in a discussion about the calculation of grades. That's why when we say simulated, these aren't official, but the State Department very well could change in June. So what a letter grade might be today, it might change tomorrow. So I just want to caveat with that.
Yeah.
Dr. Reynolds.
Good
The
evening.
Atlas test.
Yes.
So are you saying that we will have an answer soon?
Yeah, so at the State Department, the secretary and his staff have presented the preliminary. Here's the cut scores. Here's how we calculate the grades. And when they released that information to the school districts, they had said, not to release this information at that time, but use it to understand how the grade's actually calculated. So there's a period of time, just like we do on information to take action, where they're seeking feedback and they're looking at the calculations so that in June they will officially vote on if the calculation, the cut scores, if all that's going to stay or it's going to be modified or changed. Then at that point going forward, when we get the test we're giving right now, we're hopefully to get by August or September their next letter grade that will now be their official letter grade.
Okay.
Does that help?
Okay, so, all right, I got you.
Yeah, but there's certainly a lot to celebrate.
So August is the new date.
Yes, that's what we anticipate when we'll get our scores back, and then we'll be back to show our new calculation, or official, hopefully, official. So, Dr. Reynolds.
Good
Okay,
evening,
Doctor.
everybody. Thank you all for allowing me to come once again to present some testing data. And I am Brooke Reynolds, coordinator of Innovative Virtual Learning Programs. So the purpose of our this presentation is to review the new calculation system, determine our simulated letter grades based on the data from the 23-24 school year. DESE is not going to release this to the public. And they're not going to award official letter grades based on that testing data, kind of like Dr. Paluski alluded to. So this gives us an opportunity to learn about the new calculation system, reflect on what we're doing, and be able to assess these. Like Dr. Paluski mentioned, they're still looking over these things, and we'll meet again in June to make some decisions. So I think I have shown you guys this before, but this is the new indication. There are 9 different things that each school is awarded. So you can have a maximum of 900 points. Each category is worth 100 points. And so some of the biggest things you're going to see here is now science is equally measured with math and the ELA. That is a big change because science was kind of grouped in with that SQSS score, and it was growth only. So now that's become a bigger piece in there. You're also going to notice a change with the high school. They are going to get, of course, that same graduation piece, but now they're also going to have a piece in there with people merit or distinction, which we just talked about, AP testing. That's one big factor about it. but also the success in their pathways. Just to kind of point this out for you all, about the rail, our students that are coming into us that are not English speakers, the first year their scores do not count in achievement and growth. The second year their achievement scores don't count only, their growth will count. And in the third year there's no exclusions. So that kind of gives them an adjustment to get into there and learn, because it's not fair when they're not speaking English, okay? So currently, these are the cut scores for letter grades for elementary, middle, and high school. And as discussed, these may be adjusted after that June board meeting. So this is just preliminary, but you can kind of see where we fall. So let's get into our letter grades. So these are listed in order of the highest. So start out with Lakewood and Crestwood at a B level. And it says the points to the next letter grade. So this is how many points they're away from the A. Great, Ridge Road as a C now, and they are this far away from a B, 6.61. So that's some big celebration. Yes. And then our next one down, Meadow Park, is only 10 points away from their next letter grade. So we've got some that, and I really anticipate after looking at all of our interim growth that we're going to be able to achieve that next letter grade at some of those schools that are really close. So that's some great news for our elementary schools. Our middle schools, so the 6th grade campus is a C, and they're 30 points away. But La 7-8, they're a D, only 2.99 away from that C. So again, I know with all their work they've put in this year, I really am hoping that we're going to be higher. Okay. And next we have our high school scores, and so the North Rock High School is a D, and shows how much points they're away. And our COE has got to a B, and the differential between getting up to that age is, if you look at that scale, it's a little bit harder to get up there. So those are our scores here. Now, Dr. Pawlowski asked me to talk to you guys, kind of showing you what the achievement piece, which is again a third of the piece. So you can look here, and you can just, as far as Amboy, it says the points received. So again, we had 100 points possible. So you can kind of go down that list and kind of see, well, that's how many points they got in that category. And so that achievement piece, you notice Lakewood have that B score. Those achievements are in the 40s and 50s, which are schools over that achievement piece that are not as high. You can see where that letter grade kind of aligns with it. So that achievement piece, we've got to get up there. And again, each subject is worth 11%, making those 33, which is 3 of those 900 points. And then these points also include proficiency on the DLM, which is the alternate assessment that our special needs students take. And it also removes highly mobile students from the calculation. So we're not held accountable for a student that just pops into us in February and we test them in April. Those students get taken out of the equation. So if you go and look at some of the data, you think, well, gosh, this school has all these level 1s and 2s or 3s and 4s. But when you get to the meat of it, they take in the calculation, some of those students get taken out. So when you got to know those things, so when you're looking at them, they don't always align because they're removing certain pieces from that calculation. Okay, so here's our trend data. So you can see where we started out, and notice the movement, and you can see where that you see all that red after COVID, and then you see the kind of move up, move up, move up. Now, we cannot show any kind of index differential when we get to the 23-24 because they're totally different numbers. Yep. They can go up to 900 points where the other index just was out of 100. But what I did for you on the side over there with the arrows, if a school like Amboy went from an F to a C, so they got an arrow up. So that's a huge celebration, big growth. Boone Park stayed the same, so that's why there's just a dash there. Crestwood stayed the same. Glenview went from an F to a D. Indian Hills was the only school we had that did not stay the same or grow. Lakewood stayed the same. Meadow Park stayed the same. Ridge Road, huge growth from a D to a C. And again, if you remember what I said, they were 6 points away from that next one. So that would have been a huge jump for them as well. So we're hoping that's there. 7th Street stayed the same. 6th grade campus, again, went up. 7-8, again, they were 3 points away from that C, so I'm really thinking we're going to make it. The COE went from that C to the B, and the high school remained the same. So that's where our trend data is, and I'm hoping when I present to you all after those scores come out August 1st, we're going to see And
a
just
different piece.
Real quick, Dr. Reynolds.
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
Just looking at 7th Street, I mean, if you look at 1921 minus 12.24, and then now we're to a .23. Like,
Yes.
that's
Lots of-
really moving.
lots of
Like,
movement.
that is some good stuff.
Yeah, lots of good stuff there. Okay, so just talking about the work we've already done as a team. So the IL team has revised the Goal 1 district performance targets. These now align, which we had to change some things, with the new indicators. We want to make sure our performance goals, and you can click on that link if you'd like to, and it'll show you our new document, which is about 3 or 4 pages, aligning those new goals. We have now set our targets for the 2030 with annual checks points to make sure we're moving towards the target. Each of these targets are going to be in the school improvement plan, which will start on the summer. And again, the primary changes were we added a performance target for science, since it's now equally as measured as math and reading, or ELA, excuse me. And we added a piece for the high school to, work on their students that had that merit or distinction. Okay. So what are our next steps? So we've been in several school improvement webinars with DESE, and the things that they recommend to us the most are make sure you're teaching on grade level standard, and that we work with our most vulnerable population. That most vulnerable population will be determined by that 25 summative atlas, which we're giving now, because that low 25% is now a piece in our growth. That we're growing that vulnerable lows population. Excuse me. We're going to continue. Excuse me. We're going to continue to progress monitor through those ATLAM interim assessments, which we'll give twice next year before the summative, and district-created common format assessments. We're also going to provide school leadership teams with professional development to during our summit this summer to guide them toward that school improvement planning for the next school year. And I have any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
Go ahead.
You okay?
Ms. Taylor?
No question.
I have
Ms.
no
Walker.
questions, but just looking at the data, 5 growths throughout the school district. That's awesome. 5 schools have changed.
Yes.
And went higher grade levels. I mean, I really want to call people out on social media and be like, are you paying attention? But here we are, moving on, being professional. We'll keep it that way. People.
I was thinking the same way. Seeing those 5 that have grown, that's just awesome.
That's great.
So I'm really happy about that, and just want to say, let's go Charging Wildcats. We're moving.
Ms. Williams?
I would like to, I cannot articulate the profound joy and service you have given us on these reports. Dr. Paluski came to us in 2021, is that correct?
2020.
And
November
when he came,
1st.
I'm saying this so you can listen to this real well. Our schools were in the state of being taken over by the state. Many people could not believe what he was doing when he asked for coaches, when he asked for leaders to do things. And when you look at from what you did by, and the people you hired followed your directions, because when you look at that 2021, it was F, 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 F. But I'm so glad, and the only thing that I'm saying, I want to commend you on your leadership, and I want to commend the people who brought forth, did what you asked them to do, in all due respect. And I want to thank all those hardworking administrators, the principals, the teachers, and what is that, special service people who helped with the special needs students, who made them accelerate. And North Rock has been blessed. And so again, I said thank you to all of those, and I hope you keep on keeping on. And I'm sure when we get that Atlas test, that's going to even make us go higher. And I'll be looking forward to that test. And thank you, Dr. Reynolds, for all that you've done in keeping us abreast. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Don't be too crying.
Y'all look crazy.
Thank you for the report, and thank you, Ms. Williams, for acknowledging all that growth we've had. It has been wonderful.
Ms. West?
You know what you were doing. But you did it.
Well, I don't know what this computer is doing over here. It's just, Randy, you might have to come look at this. Thank you so much for the report. I just want to just
my heart just beams with pride as far as the growth. I love to see the interaction that a lot of our younger scholars, you can tell when that light bulb goes off and they're getting it. And, you know, it's good to keep them motivated and keep them involved in what they're doing, and they feel they have a hand as far as their learning. And I just so appreciative of all the teachers, and I mean, this just goes to show that, you know, the right people moving those numbers and all that kind of stuff and doing what it takes to move those numbers as far as the data that you presented, and I appreciate it, everything so much.
Thank you for your report, and thank you for all that you do.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
I just want to add before you leave, Dr. Rose, you know, ditto to what everybody had said. But
That's a ditto. You sound like somebody else up here with the ditto.
and I know it's late. I want to recognize all of our principals and all of our teachers. You often hear me say all the time, there's two people that have the most direct impact on improving student achievement. Number one is the teacher that influences that, and the second one's the administrator to be able to do that. So kudos to all of our teachers. One thing is certain among all of this is that kids are learning in a North Little Rock school district. And I'm so impressed with our transition to Atlas. This is the second year, we're in a new assessment, we're in new standards, and I appreciate all the support, central office, everybody that's targeted to the achievement and the learning of all of our students. So I want to recognize all those individuals. And Dr. Reynolds, as always, you always dazzle us with your data.
Happy to do it.
Just like your mother, darling.
Thank you.
All right.
We're down to action items. First one is employment of personnel.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, action item 17.1 is the employment of personnel. The superintendent recommends the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
Madam President, I move that we accept the employment of personnel.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the employment of personnel as discussed in closed session. There can be no discussion because it is employment of personnel. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 17.2, community service learning partner applications. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that we accept the community service learning partner application.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the community service learning partner applications. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 17.3, fiscal year 25, Crestwood Elementary and Center of Excellence High Gains employee bonus approval.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation that we approve Crestwood and the COE's high gains non-recurring salary payment or their bonus payment.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the fiscal year 25 Crestwood Elementary and Center of Excellence High Gains employee bonus approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 17.4, update non-CDL transportation salary schedule.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the updated non-CDL transportation salary schedule as presented.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the update non-CDL transportation salary schedule. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed. 17.5, 17.6, 17.7, and 17.8, and 17.9, and 17.10, 17.11. This is a lot of meetings. 17.12.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that we accept the meeting minutes from 17.5 through 17.12.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept 17.5 through 17.12 meetings. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. The consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept 18.1 through 18.7.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the consent agenda that consists of 18.1 through 18.7. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
None.
It passes. We're down to acknowledgements. The only acknowledgements that I do have is prom is Saturday, and we have in 12 days will be graduation, and 15 more days of school.
Madam President, if I may, I do want to acknowledge to the entire public in our community. Most recently, there was a post on Facebook about our annex building, which is currently vacant, and an individual has taken some photographs of some student information. And I want the public to know, as well as the school board, that we take any student information or employee information and their privacy seriously. I can't speak on the details, but all I can tell you is that we're cooperating with the North Little Rock Police Department and our internal safety services to get to the bottom of this situation, and we'll take every measure that we can to protect all of our information for our employees and our students.
Any other acknowledgements?
I want to say that I am extremely pleased that our community is supporting this North Little Rock School District by passing the millage, and
Hear, hear.
we will do what we said we are going to do. No. Okay, that's it. I'm happy.
Just to reiterate again to all of our community, with the recent passage of the millage, and want to thank our entire community, specifically Luke King and Lee Tackett, for all the work that they've done, the volunteers. It just speaks to the support of our local public schools, and our future looks bright.
Amen.
Any more acknowledgements? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I motion that we adjourn
I so moved that we
expeditiously.
adjourned.
Second.
27th.
It has been properly moved and second that we adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?